Hey, hey, hey. Happy Sunday, everyone. Oh, gotta take a minute here. While I was getting everything set up, a certain someone snuck into the room and knocked an entire ramekin full of treats on the floor and smashed it. Hey, hey, pancakes. Welcome in. You'll need to tell me how that timeline jumping course goes. Sounds very good. Sounds like something I need in my life. Yeah, crimes before we even started. I was trying to find some background music, which you will tell by the lack of background music is didn't happen. I had one I thought was good, but it shouted premiumbeat.com every couple minutes, and that seemed disruptive. Let's see. So, getting started. Cover the hair. Jewelry off. Apron. Always important. Oh, yes, you're staring at me because you are a horrid little criminal. You are. You're a dreadful beast, and everyone knows it. Just terrible. Yeah. So, hopefully my voice is not too terrible. I have been sick since Thanksgiving. I was getting better, and then as soon as I decided I was going to be okay for this stream and posted a blue sky about it, I instantly started feeling much worse. Oh, what did Joni do? I was in the office looking to see if I could find background music and failing. And she came in here, found the ramekin full of treats for her, and shoved it off the counter onto the floor. And I only know because I heard it shattering, so I hope she didn't ingest too much pottery. But yeah, I've been a bit sick. Hopefully my voice is okay, and if you see me chugging cough syrup, that is why. Yeah, I don't know what ceramics are glazed with, if it's anything toxic. Beyond my level of expertise, but she doesn't seem to be having any problems. She is giving me the baleful hound dog stare. So, for this month, I've decided we're going to do Szechuan China. And the reason I'm doing that, I started out doing a couple of choices based on some of my favorite recipes. But this time I wanted to be a little thematic, and December is Christmas season. And I thought about different streams I could do that centered around Christmas food. Could look at Hebrew foods from the Advent era time period. Could look at all of the different traditions that have come together into what modern Christmas is and find meals for each of them. I think that might be fun to do at some point. But ultimately, what I came down to is that I am 1/4 Jewish, and I decided to lean into my heritage. And obviously, everyone knows that for Christmas, Jewish people get Chinese takeout. So, we're doing Chinese. Within that, I picked Szechuan because China is huge. You cannot just do a Chinese food meal and cover even a fraction of it. And that's not even counting American Chinese, which deserves its own stream all by itself. So I decided to break it down regionally, and Szechuan is my personal favorite. I will usually choose that regional dishes from there if there's an option on the menu. Yeah, there is just so much. China's been around forever and it's massive. Um, and now, obviously, the signature food of Szechuan cuisine is mapo tofu. And I decided not to do that because I made it once a while ago and my wife did not enjoy it even a little bit. So I thought I'd make something that we could actually eat as our dinner and wouldn't go to waste. So instead, I am doing lazaji, which is also known as mala chicken. And mala is a combination of the word for the numbing spicy sensation given by Szechuan peppercorns and the hot spicy sensation of chili peppers. So it is basically numbing hot chicken. We're going to do that for the entree. We're going to do dry fried green beans, also known as I'm missing my recipe printout. That'll be important later. Need to hunt that down. Yeah, so dry fried green beans. Dry frying is kind of similar to stir frying, and the idea is that any liquid in it is supposed to be completely either evaporated or absorbed. So it doesn't really form a sauce. You end with a relatively dry dish. And so these green beans are cooked with a bit of soy sauce, a bit of wine, some Szechuan chili peppers, some ground pork. Very good. For our appetizers, we are doing tudosi, which is hot and sour shredded potatoes. And for our dessert, we are doing nan bing, which are filled pumpkin cakes coated in sesame seeds and pan fried. They're very fun. I got those suggested to me by Doful Woeful, who's in the chat sometimes. Because desserts in China are kind of interesting to begin with in that they aren't really a thing. Not that Chinese food doesn't contain sweet elements, but that idea of dessert as a sweet dish you eat after a meal doesn't really perfectly translate between Western cuisine and Chinese. If they eat something to refresh after a meal, it's probably just a sliced fruit platter. And sweet dishes are integrated throughout. You might have a sweet dish as a side or an entree, or just things like bing, which are what are called small foods, like snacks and street foods. Lots of sweets there. But the idea of dessert doesn't fully translate. So I had some trouble. I tried several different recipes. I tried, what is it called? Ice jelly, which is made by extracting liquid from the seeds of the shoe fly plant, soaking it in slaked lime, and squeezing it through a cheesecloth, which results in a jello-like substance, which you then serve typically iced with syrup and fermented rice, and sticky glutinous rice balls. And I thought it was pretty cool, and I think it would make a good summer dessert, but it's very weird. My wife didn't like it at all, and it isn't ideal for this weather. It's got that kind of refreshing, summery flavor to it, and eating it in the winter, I just kind of felt bored with it. So I tried that. I tried a rice flour sponge cake, which was very interesting. It's very mild. It's steamed, and then it uses wine yeast to give it a little bit of that kind of boozy alcohol flavor, which they frequently like that in Chinese cooking. I thought that one was pretty good, but the Bing are the only ones that have been a home run in testing so far. So that's what we're going with. And then I have two other things here. I am going to make myself up a cup of jasmine tea. Obviously, tea culture is important in general in China. And although this is so far back in history, it's hard to get any confirmation. There's some theorizing that the Sichuan region is actually where the tea plant originated. So that's pretty rad. So I thought it would be fun to try some authentic jasmine tea. And from my research materials, at a Szechuan tea house, what you would do is you would have a lidded cup like this, and you would have your loose tea in the bottom, and the servers would just circulate with pots of hot water to top you up when you need it. And the lid serves to both keep your tea hot and as a filtering device when you drink it, so that you only get the liquid and don't drink your tea leaf. And so you would sit there with a single cup of tea that they keep topping up for you, and you can hang out in the tea house for hours on that. And I think that's very cool, so I'm going to try that, and I'm going to have my cup of jasmine tea throughout the stream. You can see I have not tried this yet. My local Asian market. That is way too much. Cool. Well, I'm gonna get my water going while I get that ready. And the next point of note here is my cocktail, because similar to desserts, cocktails aren't so much a Chinese thing. They are much more likely to just drink straight wine, typically at a much higher proof than what we would think about wine being in America. Their straight wine is about as strong as our liquor a lot of the time. But that is much more the drink of choice than mixed drinks. Mixed drinks are very American, typically. However, I did some hunting around and found a recipe that is in no way traditional. It's from liquor.com, so pretty much what it says on the package. It is a drink called an Asian pear that someone invented as a potential Chinese New Year drink, because the traditional drink of Chinese New Year is baijiu, which is this stuff right here. It is sorghum and grain liquor. It's strong. It tastes awful. If you've seen my YouTube channel, you know. But this is drinking baijiu is a New Year's tradition, or gifting baijiu, as the case may be. And so sometimes people will find ways to dress this up in particular because it tastes so atrociously bad. So you can find some cocktails that are basically, I want to have a traditional Chinese New Year, but God help me, I don't want to drink this stuff straight. And that's what this one is. So let me get out my shaker. Now, what I've got here is Ming River Baijiu. The recipe calls for HKB, which stands for Hong Kong Baijiu. It's a specific brand. However, it turns out there is not a huge market for imported liquors that everyone agrees taste bad. Gifting Baijiu amuses me because the word gift is German for poison. I want it to be noted that the chatter in question, in fact, was at my house the other day and did try this. So, valid take, in fact. We're going to start with a shot of our Baijiu. And then we're going to add a 1/4 ounce of maraschino liqueur. And by 1/4 ounce, I'm going to eyeball this. I don't feel like measuring a bunch of 1/4 ounces. Yeah, that'll be good. Going to go a 1/4 ounce of pear liqueur. Got this fun Fidelitas Williamsburn pear brandy from Germany. Two ounces of white pear juice. A 1/2 ounce of agave syrup. You can tell how distasteful a liquor we're working with that it has this many ingredients. I typically find that with cocktails, simpler the better is the way to go 90% of the time, unless you really have to dress it up. Heyo, pal, welcome in. Making up an Asian pear cocktail. So 1/2 ounce of agave syrup. I don't mind doing a little extra because I am a sucker for sweets. And my water is boiling, so I will get my teacup going. I want that steep for a couple minutes before I get into it. Everything except the Baijiu in this sounds hella good. Yeah, that's what I got from the recipe too. I looked at it and went, no matter how bad this is going to be, it can't be that bad. So we need next a 3/4 ounces of lime juice. I forgot this during my grocery shopping and had to run down to the grocery store about 20 minutes ago to get this. I was really cutting it close there. Oh, fun sidebar here. So, if you have been trained in any kind of Western culinary tradition, American or the French that it springs from, then you are probably accustomed to the idea of the chef's knife as the do-it-all kitchen tool, the one thing you absolutely have to have. On the other hand, in Chinese traditional cooking, that role is filled by the cleaver. So in an American kitchen, you're going to see a lot of these. In a Chinese kitchen, everyone has one of these suckers. And I think it's really fun to think about that, and that idea that something that's so fundamental in our cooking tradition, that, yeah, you need your chef's knife, that's your do everything, is completely different. And it doesn't really change anything. The cleaver does everything the chef's knife does, and vice versa. There are some areas where one's better or worse, but really interesting. And I decided, in honor of that, I'm going to use my cleaver for everything today. which I do not necessarily know how to do everything with it, so it's going to be a fun time. Aha, there's my lemon squeezer, and migrated to a different drawer. All right. 3/4 ounce of lime juice. That should be good. And then I'll get a bit of cubed ice in there. Maybe. There we go. Give her a good shake. And then strain directly into my cocktail glass. And we're supposed to garnish this with a sage leaf. Now, I know about the cilantro soap gene. I don't have it, but I am aware that for a lot of people, cilantro tastes like soap. What I have never been able to understand is why nobody acknowledges that sage also tastes exactly like soap no matter what your genes contain. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand the value in cooking because it also tastes like a Jimmy Dean sausage, but it tastes like a Jimmy Dean sausage scented soap, and I don't get it. But by God, I'll follow the recipe. Cheers. Nice. The baijiu is basically completely drowned out by the other flavors. You only really get it in the scent. The smell still comes through very strongly, but this mostly tastes like a fruit punch. It's nice, it's sweet, it's tangy. It's nothing spectacular. I would not go, oh my gosh, I need to go out and buy this terrible Chinese liquor so I can try this drink. But if you need to make baijiu palatable, this is a solid choice. Yeah, I can get behind that. My jasmine tea here. Oh, that's nice. Very nice. But now we've done that, let us get into it. Now, the most time-consuming elements of our menu today. Thank you. I didn't do that right. I'm missing an ingredient. So, as Kirby's mom has pointed out, I made this, which is called Lumos Spice Elixir. And it is supposed to, you take cinnamon, allspice, and star anise, I think, and steep each of them separately in baijiu for a period of 3 weeks, then blend them all back together. And this is supposed to be overpoweringly strong. I'm supposed to add 5 drops? 5 drops. So, my recipe is still missing a piece. And I'm going to blame every failure on I've been sick, but I did not manage to go out and get an eyedropper, so I'm going to eyeball 5 drops. Okay, that is plenty enough. Yeah, makes it better. It also helps with the scent too, because the baijiu smell was overpowering, and the cinnamon manages to push it out of the way a bit. Nice. Yeah, I quite like that. Makes a big difference. So our most time-consuming elements here are actually the fillings for our nangua bing, because I'm going to make some red bean paste and some lotus seed paste. Both of these are really commonly used in Chinese cooking for sweets, which is definitely a little odd from a Western perspective. Lotus, we just don't really eat at all over here, so we have no context for it. And red bean paste, it's a little hard to describe, but in the end, the bean element is entirely present. So, think dessert hummus. So it definitely takes some adjustment to get used to. The other dessert I tried making that didn't make the cut for me was a red bean soup that used red beans and both lotus seeds and dried lotus or dried lilies, right? Dried lily bulbs. And all sorts of interesting stuff. And I ate it, and to my American palate, it tasted like baked beans. It tasted like Bush's baked bean. I was not a fan. And I certainly would not want it for dessert. But yeah, I imagine if I didn't have my preconceptions, might have been quite good. Let's see. So, start with our lotus paste. So, I have soaked my lotus seeds overnight. These are so interesting because they are eaten in pretty much all of Southeast Asia, and just about every part of the lotus is edible. The seeds are edible, roots, stems, leaves, and even the flowers can be made into tea. Like, lotuses are extremely versatile food plants, and we just don't eat them. Now we are going to split these in half and remove the green center if it's present. They do have the problem of being susceptible to both fungus and parasites, so they need to be stored properly, and you need to make sure to cook them thoroughly, which does lend itself somewhat to why they're not more popular in other parts of the world. But, I mean, that's true of a lot of things, so I don't think it fully justifies it. I've thought a lot about how to do the history here because we can't do the history of China. That would be a multi-episode podcast series with an immense amount of research and hours worth of content. and doesn't really serve the background chat of a cooking stream. But it's also hard to then identify what are the key moments that influence Szechuan cuisine, right? There's just so much history to go through, and it is rarely, if ever, specifically filtered in that light. But Szechuan is one of China's most relevant food regions, partly because it's incredibly good for growing. The climate, the soil, everything is excellent for farming. It's also oppressively muggy and humid, and traditional Chinese medicine holds that spicy foods help to treat that and draw out the moisture that is causing problems for your health in an extremely humid climate, which is a big part of why when chilies made their way to China from the Americas, the Szechuan region jumped on them so thoroughly. And the dish we're making as our entree in particular, lasaji, is credited to a general named Yue Zhongqi. And he was sent to the Chongqing region to quell a rebellion, and the climate immediately started killing his troops' morale and their health. And in that tradition of the idea that spicy food would help with those climate-related health issues, chili peppers, which had just recently been introduced, he ordered a bunch of those in for his men, and his army chef figured out a chili chicken dish that would take this new ingredient and make it palatable for the men, and they absolutely loved it, and it's been a staple in Szechuan food ever since, which is pretty fun. Pretty fun. The region is surrounded by mountains, so it's in a way isolated, but not as much as you'd think. It's actually, through most of history, been one of the more cosmopolitan areas of China. Those mountains served as very good defensive features, but they didn't really isolate the region because it's very useful. People want to be there. It's a great growing region, and it's also, just geographically speaking, pretty darn central. In addition to that, there are certain periods, such as during World War II, during the Japanese invasion, when those mountains made it a refuge for people fleeing from violence, which means that during those times it would receive an influx of migrants from all over China, meaning that they developed a more diverse population than other places instead of a more isolated, insular one. There is, in fact, a saying that says, food is in China, flavor is in Szechuan. There are a few things that are particularly well known from Szechuan cuisine, and obviously the Szechuan pepper is the big one. The peppercorn that grows specifically in that area and is very aromatic, very fragrant, a little bit of sweetness to it. And I'm going to throw something out there that I did not find the time to research this claim. So, before you repeat this, fact check me. But it was a piece of information that I found on the Szechuan pepper that I thought was fascinating. Because obviously, with chili peppers, what happens is the capsaicin activates the heat receptors on your tongue. And with things like spearmint, you activate the cold receptors. So, what I have read that I hope it's true because it's really interesting is that instead of doing either of those, the Szechuan peppercorns activate the vibration receptors on your tongue. And I just think that's fascinating. And it does connect because the term used for the spiciness of Szechuan peppercorn in China is numbing spice. It's the idea that it's a type of spicy that instead of burning your tongue, numbs it, which does kind of make it a good mix with the traditional hot spicy of chili peppers. I'm so curious about this lotus paste. Every time I did a trial of these, I did the red bean paste, and I haven't made this yet. This is a little bit of an adventure. I won't be surprised if this stream runs significantly shorter than usual, because overall these recipes seem to be less time consuming. And I did think about adding more because of that, but I did that last month and came to regret it. So I figure if we end early, we end early, and hey, I'm sick. I'll rest up. What's wrong, Joni? Did you hear something? Alert! You tell him. Let me see. What is this? Oh, treat for Joni! Treat for Joni time! Oh, she knows. She knows. Hold on. Let me free my hands up. Let me get you on camera so you can do a trick. Here, come over here. Yeah, perfect. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. You're a star. That one was from Dr. Pancakes, okay? Yeah, I know. I know what you did earlier. Everyone knows. You were not stealthy. I scaled up all of the prices based on the advice I received last time, and we're going to continue to kind of balance them out. The goal is to do about 15 treats for her over the course of a stream. So I need to figure out what price makes that work out. I will admit, considering she ate her entire ramekin full of treats before the stream started, I thought about disabling it, but I think she'll be fine getting a little extra today. I really don't know how to describe the flavor of this jasmine tea. I'm fumbling to find something to compare it to, but it's very cozy. I like it a lot. Yes. Is there any sweetening in it? Yes. We are going to add. Well, I need to actually check how much I have here. I think I measured these from a different recipe because I measured 100 grams and this is 12 ounces. So I need to figure out what the ratios are, but we will be adding some amount of powdered sugar to this. The recipe for 12 ounces calls for 1 2/3 cups of powdered sugar. Oh, in the jasmine tea. I'm sorry. I was on the lotus paste. Not the way I'm drinking it. I don't know if, based on the description, I would assume that traditionally you wouldn't sweeten it if you were drinking it in a tea house. So that's what I went with. I don't see any reason you couldn't. Very earthy, I think. Yeah, I would imagine you probably don't want to sweeten it much, partly because, again, this is kind of a you spend your day off in the tea house just slowly drinking your cup of tea and relaxing over whatever activity. And I think for that, you really want a lot of mellowness and you don't want it oversweet. Every time I take a sip, I feel like I almost know what the flavor reminds me of, and then I lose it. Heck? Oh, I cut my knuckle. Incredible. The Sichuan region was one of the very settled from the very earliest history of China by the Han Chinese people. Not to be mistaken for the Han Dynasty, which is its own thing. Good Lord, there's a lot of history. And so they go all the way back. And at that time, it was the kingdoms of Ba and Shu. The whole region was split into those two kingdoms. And that persisted till the Qin dynasty, which was the very first imperial Chinese dynasty. And it did not last very long. They had one emperor, and he was extremely draconian in his laws. His taxes were horrendous. And basically, as soon as he died, the Qin dynasty was overthrown. But the structure, the imperial structure they set up, was largely held onto by the Han dynasty that followed them. which is one of the more famous of the historical Chinese dynasties. So we have 8 ounces, so we want 2/3 recipe. Cool. The Qin dynasty, the thing that you'd probably most know them for in the modern day is they are the builders of the Terracotta Army, which is super cool and really, really quick to build in the Civilization games, which makes it a super worthwhile world wonder. You know, important things. So we are going to bring our lotus seeds up to a boil, and then we are going to simmer them for about 30 minutes. Let's see. And then we're going to do a similar thing with the beans, except they need closer to an hour plus. Ugh. You ever start drinking a cocktail and go, oh man, I don't think I've eaten anything today? That weird tingly feeling right at the bottom of your stomach where the liquor hits it and you go, oh, there was nothing in there to catch that. Regrettable. Sure, the jasmine tea will help. Right? I know what good decision making looks like. I just don't believe in it, philosophically speaking. Let's see, where do we want to go from here? Probably want to mise en place all our stuff. I am going to go off camera very briefly and figure out what the heck I did with my green beans recipe and or reprint it. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, with absolutely no interruptions, the Chinese name for these green beans is Ganbian Cg Do. Yeah, the whole time. Let's do some of our prep for the green beans, because we don't really need to do much. We need to chop up our garlic and our suimi yakai. Or what? What word? We'll get there. So I am going to kind of manage my garlic on the whole because I need it for almost every recipe. So the tudosi will be using 2 cloves of garlic. The ganbian sijido will be using 2 cloves of garlic. And the lazaji will be using 4 cloves of garlic, and all of them are minced. So we're just going to mince up 8 cloves of garlic right now. So I talked about in traditional French cooking, you have mirepoix, which is onions, carrots, and celery, and is kind of the core flavoring element that's used in a lot of things. In Cajun cooking, you have the holy trinity of onions, celery, and peppers. And in Latin origin countries, you have variations on sofrito, which is similarly onions, peppers, garlic, and is used as the flavor base for things. So one thing you'll start to realize with different cuisines is everyone has their own flavor base. And for China, it is the 3 aromatics, which are scallions, garlic, and ginger. And so the basis of Chinese cooking is often said to be the 3 aromatics and peppers. That's why it's fairly easy to give something a taste that people will identify as Chinese by adding scallions, onions, ginger, and soy sauce. Because those appear in a lot of Chinese dishes. And the other thing you'll see featured very, very frequently, I mentioned that Chinese cooking tends to like that boozy wine taste, and they use Shaoxing cooking wine in so many recipes. If you do a lot of Chinese cooking, it's kind of a must-have. Lotus seeds are boiling. I am going to bring them down to a simmer and set a timer for 30 minutes. Chinese cooking in general is fascinating in how they think about flavor and ingredients, and I really want to learn from it. They have, I think, 20-something different defined words for flavors, including things like strange flavor. I don't remember the exact word for it. It's like gao wei or something. But literally, they have something that's defined as strange flavor. And it's one of the flavor elements that they work with. And recipes are all about exploring how you can merge the different flavors and textures to create something interesting. And it leads to a very different outlook on the idea of edibility, if you will. Because in Chinese food, if it doesn't kill you, it's usable. The end. They will find a way to use anything. There's no, that's not for eating, that's gross. There is, we'll find a way to use this. And it is fascinating. And I think if I could learn the mindset behind it and incorporate it into my life, I could be a lot more open-minded and less picky about weird ingredients. And I think it kind of makes sense too. There's a story I tell about when I stopped eating Taco Bell for something like 5 years, and I love Taco Bell. absolutely love it. But I got my traditional chicken chalupa. I took a bite of it, and something inside of it returned the texture that I can only describe as grunch. And I went, no, thank you, threw it in the garbage, and didn't go back to Taco Bell for 5 years because that was so upsetting to experience. But I think when you think about an experience like that, it's such a problem because that's not the texture you're expecting. It's not because something that gives a texture of grunch is inherently negative. It's just when you know that's not supposed to be a texture in your food, it's deeply jarring and upsetting. And I think that's what you have to think about with some of these weirder Chinese recipes where it's all weird organs and stuff. Is that a lot of these are going to have tastes or textures that make us instantly go, something is wrong with this food. It's not supposed to be this way. And we have an immediate, just lizard brain visceral reaction to that, going, this disgusts me because some part of my instincts knows that it's not supposed to be like this. This means there's something wrong. This might be bad for me. But if those textures and tastes are expected and don't trigger your something's wrong with my food instinct, I think you have a lot of room to explore things that maybe you wouldn't normally. I think that's very interesting, and I would love to be able to actually act on that instead of just saying it. But we'll see. The big thing during the Han Dynasty that is relevant with regards to Szechuan is that is when the Zhujiangyan irrigation project was built. And I mentioned that Szechuan is kind of the farming hub of China. And this is the irrigation system that fuels a lot of the fields in Szechuan. It is a huge undertaking, and it was built in the 200s AD, I think, and is still not only present, but still functional some 2,000 years later. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and I just think that's kind of rad. And of course, if you know Chinese history, which, let me be clear, I really don't. I don't know most history. I'm stupid and I just come here and repeat things back to you like a parrot. But if you know Chinese history, then you probably know that the eventual fall of the Han Dynasty led into the Three Kingdoms period, which is probably the single most famous period of Chinese history, because they wrote a whole thing about it that everyone knows. I would say the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is right up there with Journey to the West for most well-known pieces of Chinese literature. And I am certainly not going to try to summarize the Three Kingdoms period, because I do a bad job, and you can find better sources for that, including, literally, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But during that period, what we now know as Szechuan was the Shu Han Kingdom in the Three Kingdoms era. which was one of the titular three kingdoms, and was actually the first one to be dissolved out of that war. So, you know. And officially, the Three Kingdoms period ended around 261 or 264 AD. But there was a period of reunification under the Jin dynasty, which super did not last very long. It generally becomes more of a footnote, and the real ending of the conflict that defined the Three Kingdoms era was instead the rise of the Sui dynasty. And if you're having trouble keeping track of this already, me too. Me too. Because, again, I think exploring Chinese history is something worthy of a lot more time and attention than I'm going to have in a single afternoon stream. But it is fascinating if you want to look into it. Would recommend. The Sui dynasty only held on for 40 years or so, leading into the Tang dynasty, which, much like the Han dynasty, are one of the most remembered and iconic eras of Chinese history. The Tang dynasty is commonly considered to be a golden age of China. And if anyone like me has been watching a lot of people play the Road to Empress game, that is fiction, but it is very much intended to be seen as during the Tang Dynasty era, and specifically to be a fictionalized take on the rise of Wu Zetian, the only ever legitimized ruling empress of China. And she was technically an interruption of the Tang Dynasty. She wasn't considered part of the dynasty. She wasn't born into the Tang family. And she ruled for a few years in there. I'm not sure. Yeah, from 690 to 705. But after her reign, the Tang Dynasty did continue until, what was it? 907 AD. So they got in almost 300 years running the country. Impressive. Now, speaking of Road to Empress, one of the, if you've watched any of that, you're familiar with the disastrous osmanthus soup incident. And something fun I got to do was when I made the ice jelly I mentioned earlier, it used, among other things, osmanthus flowers. So I got to try those. There's not much to say about them. The soup, right? Get absolutely souped. Yeah, I wish I had some shocking insight on sweet osmanthus, but it tastes sweet and floral, about how you'd expect. Mythologically speaking, there is a sweet osmanthus tree that grows on the moon. And a Chinese historical figure, or mythological figure as the case may be, not dissimilar to something like Sisyphus in Greek literature, has the punishment that he has to live on the moon and trim this immortal osmanthus tree. And the cycles of the moon represent the osmanthus tree growing so much that it overshadows the moon and we can't see it anymore. And the moon returns once this guy has trimmed the osmanthus tree back. And reading that made me really want to get into Chinese mythology, because the idea that there's an entire subset of myths that I'm missing and could be referencing all the time, fascinated. And I had never heard of Mr. Lives on the Moon and trims a flower tree every month. This is definitely a lot harder for me using a cleaver. I'm not adjusted to this. My phone's vibrating, but my phone right now is a video camera. Hope it's not important. Do I ever use a garlic press? Not usually, and not for a good reason per se. When I first started culinary school, one of the books I picked up to prepare me was an Anthony Bourdain book, and he absolutely shredded garlic presses, and so I just adopted that mindset and never thought about it again. Just, impressionable young student things. Get all your cooking opinions from ATK. Yeah, I mean, you could do worse. America's Test Kitchen is so good. Actually, get this garlic off my hands. I haven't shown you all my research books yet, and one of them is ATK related, which is this guy right here, A Very Chinese Cookbook. That one's very fun. The other one I so recommend. This is, aside from being incredibly pretty to look at, The Food of Szechuan by Fuchsia Dunlop. This book is so fascinating. It has incredibly traditional recipes, and half of the stuff I have told you so far has come directly from this. It's informative, it's interesting. I love, love, love The Food of Szechuan. It also reminds me of something else cool I got. Our local Chinese grocery is giving away calendars for the new year, so I got one. 2026. I'm guessing it's Year of the Horse. Yeah, I love it. Like, the lady behind the counter was like, "Do you want a calendar?" I was like, "I so want a calendar." I was worried she wouldn't offer me because everyone in line in front of me was Chinese. But oh, got one. Super excited about it. Yeah, the eventual fall of the Tang Dynasty led into what is known as the uh, make sure I have my numbers right here. The Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms era. And during that, Szechuan was the center of the Shu Kingdom of the Ten Kingdoms. And you can kind of think it's another period of political upheaval. Think about it as three kingdoms, but no one wrote a super cool epic about it, so we don't talk about it like that. And that lasted for quite a while. I think basically once you get out of the Ten Kingdoms era, you are getting very close to kind of semi-modern China at that point. You are firmly out of ancient China in case. The Five Dynasties and Ten Kingdoms gave way to the Song Dynasty eventually, who successfully conquered and reunified China. And this is where Szechuan started on the road to becoming Szechuan. Because under the Song Dynasty, it was a combination of four prefectures known as Tuan, Shan, Si, Lu. And don't ask me how this works, but somehow those four prefecture names said in sequence eventually got abbreviated down to Szechuan. You can kind of see it in there, like the Shuan is there, and the SI, but Sean and Lou kind of just got the shaft in naming, I guess. Now, the Song Dynasty is the one right before the Mongols took over. So, immediately following the Song Dynasty, you had the Yuan Dynasty, which was Mongolian. It was the dynasty of Kublai Khan. So, this is the point in history where we tie back into European history and the journey of Marco Polo, because his visit to China came during the leadership under the Mongol dynasty of Yuan. And tragic to say, he probably did not either introduce or discover pasta there. Pasta probably existed in both China and Italy before this. I know that's heartbreaking, but there it is, and my Richard Scarry book about Marco Polo discovering pasta. Ah, tragic. What can you do? It is interesting how much of Chinese food is more recent than you'd think, because the big one is chili peppers are not native to China. You know, they didn't get there until there was trade with the Americas. Um, but they adopted them not right away either. Early records of when peppers first arrived in China show that they were mostly used as decorative plants. It took quite a while for them to catch on as a food ingredient. And those medicinal elements, the idea that it could counteract mugginess and humidity, played a big role in eventually bringing them to the mainstream. Let's see. So that's all our garlic for all our recipes. Let us next look at ginger. So I will need an inch of unpeeled, uncut ginger for the marinade. I will need a half inch of minced ginger for the chicken. I will need no ginger in the green beans. And a half inch piece of minced ginger for the tudosi. All right. So 1 inch of ginger fully intact and 1 inch of ginger peeled and minced. Easy, easy. So I've been working on a separate series from my YouTube channel, spoilers, and I've got a bunch of ingredients in the fridge for that too. I need to dig a little bit. Well, we have a treat for Joni. We have a treat for Joni from Kirby's mom. She's a good friend of yours. You saw her recently. All right, we're going to sit, and we're going to take it nice. Good girl. And yes, I see you, Richie. Here you go. Here you go, bud. Oh, it bounced directly off his head. Yeah, I want to film several and get a backlog because I am hoping to post them weekly. So it's still a little while before I get those up, but I've gotten started on them. I have no idea how you're supposed to use the lid as a filter without spilling tea all down your front. Embarrassing stuff. That's probably one you just get over time, kind of like how chopsticks feel awkward the first time you use them. What do you guys think an inch looks like? Does this look like an inch to you? I think it's a little more than an inch, maybe like 1 1/4, but I'll take it. My visual scalability is awful and I never would know what size anything is. Amen, man. Me too. I just guess. This is something like half an inch. Lotus's seeds are almost done in theory. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, this could go pretty fast once we get everything prepped, because unlike all these stewed dishes I've been doing previously, these have cook times of like 5 to 10 minutes. Hole the size of 4 washing machines kind of guy. Yeah, for real. It's like, I don't understand how people just judge size or distance like it's no big deal. It's an incredibly big deal. It's impossible. You don't need ginger, Johnny. No idea how dogs react to ginger root. And you've already probably got a stomach full of glazed pottery. Yeah, you lucked out, you little beast. I've been itching to get a new knife for no reason and looking at one. So, using it for this, where I'm used to using a chef knife, it feels awkward. That being said, I kind of love it, and I think knowing you, you would too. I'm very excited to have it for when I do have needs that are more cleaver related, because if you're doing, now, it would have been amazing to have this for the pumpkin last month. And if you have to, for instance, hack through bones, similarly good. And I like knowing that I have it for that. And then outside of that, pretty solid. I think it's a pretty decent quality for, I think I paid under $20 for this at the Chinese grocery store. It's not, you know, it's not a fancy Wusthof chef's knife, but for day to day, it was a great deal for what I got. All right, so next let's process these lotus seeds. Cool completely and drain. Okay, maybe we won't process the lotus seeds yet. Yeah, nice and soft though. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I've replaced my chef's knife and my paring knife. And one day I'll get super nice versions of everything else, but I'm not in a huge rush because most of my other knives I break out very rarely. I am definitely, if I can do it with a chef's knife, I'll do it with a chef's knife kind of guy. I tell you, that lotus seed tastes like nothing. More between a peanut and a chickpea. But I have faith. I believe. It'll come through for me. Let's see. What other things do we have to prep? Got some scallions in a few of these. One scallion. Two scallion. Four scallion. My stove is still on. See? Lotus root tempura. Ooh, how was that? Did it have a lot of flavor to it, or was it mostly just tastes like fried? Hey, welcome in, Archaic. Understandable, you do exist in a different time zone that may or may not be made up. I'm kidding, all time zones are made up. Doesn't it look nice? It feels nice to hold it, too. It's got a nice heft to it. And like I was saying right before you got here, I paid like nothing for this at the Chinese grocery store. As nice as this looks, and as well as it's cutting, which it is cutting very well, this is a cheapo cleaver. I tend to put more stock in if I'm buying a knife that doesn't have a known pedigree. I put a lot more faith in the ones that are just one big hunk of metal. I figure there's only so much you could have gotten this wrong, where if it's got a wood handle, I look at it and I go, what cheap secrets are you hiding beneath that? All right, so I'm going to do something here and feel a little bit silly about it, but I think it's interesting, so I'm going to do it. The recipes in my Food of Szechuan cookbook, the one I mentioned I really like, frequently mention for things like scallions and ginger. The description says, smack them with the flat side of a cleaver to loosen them. So I'm assuming that means because these guys are all in rings, it's supposed to kind of break up the rings. Like, I know about using the flat of your knife to crush up garlic and ginger, but I have never heard the terminology smack them to loosen them. Well, treat for Joni time! How did you know? You showed up before I read it off. This one's from Archaic Prospect, okay? Sit. Good girl! It does seem to have worked. Like, the rings do look loosened up. It's just, Definitely a foreign terminology for me. Oh, well, green onion's not great for dogs. Heads up, Joni. Those aren't good for you. Well, thanks for cleaning up. You got pottery, you got green onions, stomachs full of God knows what. Yeah, we went out of town for Thanksgiving, and my sister had to dog sit for us, and Richie decided to throw a temper tantrum because his parents weren't home. And a temper tantrum in a senior dog with cancer looks a lot like, oh my God, your dog's dying. So he really put her through it, and then as soon as we got home, he was completely normal and fine. Yeah, Richie is incredibly rude. As far as he is concerned, he is in charge of this house, and he does not equivocate on the subject. If you have ever had a 40-pound dog walk up to you while you're on the couch and decide you're in his seat and stare you in the eye and go, "Urgh, urgh, urgh," it's pretty entertaining, gotta say. Yeah, there's a hierarchy here, and Richie's at the top. Once upon a time, I was at the top, but he eventually decided he'd supplanted me too. No one else in the house has ever outranked him in his eyes. All right, we have our 3 aromatics fully cut up for all of the recipes. So the next one up is going to be the Sui Mayakai, which is preserved mustard root, I believe. Is it root or stem? I think it's preserved mustard stem, actually. And specifically the spicy Szechuan take on preserved mustard stem. And that is one of the flavoring ingredients used in the dry-fried green beans. And I'm going to tell you something, which is that there are a lot of different variants on preserved mustard plant in Chinese cooking. And I am not 100% that I purchased the correct one. I purchased one of them. It says some stuff in Chinese on it. There we go. Yukon preserved mustard stem, hot chili flavor. I figured it was preserved mustard stem. It was from Chongqing, which is around Szechuan, and it is hot chili flavor. Yeah, I figure to some extent mustard is mustard. Like, when it comes to substitutions like that, I don't think it's good to be entirely blasé about them because often there is a big difference. But at the same time, I know I'm looking for hot and spicy preserved mustard stem, and I found hot and spicy preserved mustard stem. It's probably close enough. What could go wrong? The answer is actually nothing, because this recipe I have tried before, and I know this is going to work fine. The things I had not tried were the jasmine tea, the cocktail, and the lotus paste. And we've made it through 2 out of 3 without disaster, so maybe crazy, but I'm feeling a little optimistic about the whole thing. Chinese mustard is hot as hell too? Yeah. Chinese mustard is great. I love, love, love spicy mustard. I think it's underrated. How's my voice? Can you tell I'm sick, or do I sound kind of normal-ish? Oh, sick. Love to hear it. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, at this rate, we're going to be done very early today. But, not a big deal. Like I said, I'm sick. I know some of y'all have stuff going on today, so if I wrap a little early, I'm not going to feel bad about it. Actually, I want to, today or tomorrow, make up some strawberry preserves for my wife for her lunches for the week, so I have some extra time for that. Ooh, good point. I could just rotate over to my desktop setup and go straight into Magic. That's a good call. Nothing could go wrong. Cha-cha. Ah, yes. My potatoes and my long hot pepper. Ugh. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. That is true. You guys are good luck charms and not the exact opposite of that. Yeah, the recipe for the todosi, the potatoes, calls for a long hot pepper. I went to the Chinese grocery store and I was like, I bet I can discern what is being described as a long hot pepper, because it'll be long, it'll be a pepper, I'll be able to figure it out. Turns out I was extremely right. And I am going to cut this into the same kind of slivers that I'm going to be shredding the potato into. so that they will cook evenly together. It's interesting because they do use these cleavers for everything. Good knife work is very, very big deal in Chinese cooking, especially because they're often cooking things very quickly at high temperatures, and you need things to be cut extremely, extremely evenly so that they cook evenly in that very short time. My knife work is okay, but is not up to scratch for Chinese cooking, but we're going to do our best. If I were 20 years old and had no commitments whatsoever, I would love to try and get formal Chinese culinary training. They have so many interesting things going on in that area in terms of how they view flavor, texture, everything. But it's also not really something you can do casually in the US beyond the level that I'm doing it right now. At least not easily. We, as a country, and I know this one may be shocking, we don't have an amazing relationship with China at the moment. So it's not always the most accessible to get stuff from there. Such as I had a cookbook I really wanted that I could have maybe gotten it by the end of December, or I could have paid exorbitant prices for it, and I did neither. And there's a lot of that. Like, hunting for Baiju was a problem because why would anybody bother to import this stuff? It's trash. Even with Asian grocery stores, there's a lot of things I can't find. I had to order my ingredients for my ice jelly off of Amazon, and I wasn't even able to find them there. Dr. Pancakes helped me out with it. Two streams in a row, January should be North Korean. I mean, you make a good point. Just gotta keep going with everywhere where my research materials are completely inaccessible. That's living the dream. Yeah, I actually have tentatively most of the year mapped out. January, courtesy of a suggestion from Dofel, is going to be 1920s New York style. We're going to do some chicken a la king, and do some Waldorf salad, that kind of stuff. February will be, it's going to depend who's playing in the big game. I'll do hors d'oeuvres and party food, and do some focus on at least one item from each of the representative cities that's playing in the game. And then I don't have the rest memorized. I have it on a file in my computer. I think the list, though, includes Japan, possibly Ethiopia, definitely Germany. I think I have Israel queued up somewhere in there. Just all sorts of stuff. I'm leaving a few open for those more interactive ideas I had if I consistently have enough people watching to do them. But yeah. That's some idea. Hey, Scoop, welcome in. Let's see if my lotus seeds are cooled enough to process. I think yes. Cha, cha, cha. Oh, wait, Scoop's here. You're gonna love this. When I went to the Chinese grocery store, they gave me a free calendar for the new year. Look at my incredible horses. That felt like your kind of speed. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving, by the way. I'm going to brag briefly that I got to go and have a Thanksgiving dinner made by someone who has been a chef for 2 decades, because my wife's cousin is an incredible chef and made everything for us. Yeah, it was so cool. Her uncle rented a really nice house up in the mountains in Georgia, and myself, my wife, her uncle, her uncle's sister, and her 2 cousins from that branch of the family all went up there and stayed for the weekend and had an incredibly nice Thanksgiving dinner. Everything was good, but the one thing I've been going on and on about to anyone who will listen is the prosciutto wrapped roasted sweet potatoes. She took sweet potatoes and quartered them lengthwise and wrapped them up in prosciutto and roasted them and uh, topped them with goat cheese, and it was so good. I am not a prosciutto fan usually because when it's not cooked, to me the texture gives meat gummy bear, which don't really hit for me. And I often don't like sweet potatoes because they have a tendency to get leathery. But that combination counteracts both at once because the prosciutto insulates the sweet potatoes from getting leathery, and the roasting crisps the prosciutto so it doesn't have the texture of a gummy bear. Yes, what's that, Jane? We've been getting a restaurant takeaway meal that you can reheat for the last couple of years. It's really nice, and then Ark and I don't have to cook for just the 2 of us. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't. If it's just my wife and I absolutely don't make a Thanksgiving dinner. Like, it's just not worth it. Oh, I bet that was great. Your baking's so good. All right. I don't know how bad the sound pickup's going to be on this, but let's puree some lotus seeds. It's okay, Doodle. It's just a blender. Here, you can get down on the counter. Oh, excellent. Glad the noise gate is working as intended. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'll be right back. I think that warrants a band-aid. I'm just going to get a band-aid, guys. It's not that exciting. Aha. Life with cats, man. We have not trimmed Jane's nails in, well, too long. And that is strictly my fault, because it is something I've been supposed to do for some time. So, whenever I get scratched, it is directly my fault. Unlike Joni, who we haven't trimmed her nails because she has a full-blown panic attack about it. That is justified. Maybe someday it will be. Maybe the next Band-Aid will be food for her. Still have not figured it out. Still have not figured it out. One of these days, though. All right, our red bean paste is ready. Or red beans, not the paste. All right. Now let's get a little more puree on here. Yeah, I didn't notice her do it, but I think she scratched me when the blender came on and she freaked out about it. It's hard to be an animal and hear scary noises. Doubly, because when you're an animal, most noises are scary. The world's a strange and incomprehensible place. Okay, so this is going to be taking my full attention. So I'm supposed to take this and cook it and stir it nonstop for 30 minutes while adding sugar and oil every 5 minutes. Dash peeled out to run upstairs and became full food. Yeah, scary thing happening. Don't know why. Cat crisis. I think I should be able to use the same pot I was using for them. Yeah, I was definitely worried that my voice was going to be giving me problems, and I'd have to do this the entire time and just ASMR the whole stream. But so far, so good. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Today is not bad at all. I'm sniffly, but that's about it. I was freaked out because on whatever day I posted on Blue Sky about this, I was like, okay, I am consistently recovering and I've got 2 days left. By Sunday, I'll be fine. I'm ready to commit to this course of action. And then that night, my throat started feeling awful out of nowhere and took a sudden dramatic downturn for no reason. And I was concerned. But today seems okay. Got that drip, as the kids say, specifically post nasal. All right. Rubber spatula. So, I'm supposed to cook this for about 30 minutes. But we can go ahead and start adding things. So, math time. 1 2/3 cups of powdered sugar, but I want 2/3 of that. So that is 5/3, 10/6, 2/3 times 10/6 times 5/3 is 10/9. So 1 1/9 cup of powdered sugar and 5/4 cups of oil times 2/3 is 10/12. 5/6 of a cup of oil. Okay. We're supposed to add this in batches, about 1/3 of it at a time. Powdered sugar, the thing you cannot use without making a mess. Skill issue, re-powdered sugar. Yeah. Yeah. You right. Can't even argue. Let's see. So, can I make my red bean paste at the same time? Or is that overly ambitious? No, that seems alright. My tendency to sing whatever song's stuck in my head while I do chores is really a bad call when I'm washing dishes on stream. I should not sing you anything because I'm bad at singing. Not just bad, but like bad, capital B. Can't do tone, I can't do rhythm. I can remember the lyrics sometimes. Oh. Wie viel butter? 80 grams or about half a cup. Perfect, about half a cup. Welcome back, Joni. What have you been up to? Making more trouble? Breaking more dishes? Stealing? Yelling at the neighbors? Restoring the Han mood? We'll see. I don't know if I'm blocking the view from my stove camera right now. Let's find out. No, let's see. So we got our lotus paste pasting here. I'm gonna puree my beans here. 2 tablespoons of each type of sugar. Let's see. Mucinex at 12. So a while before I'm going to take that again. adding 2 tablespoons each of white and brown sugar to this. And about a half cup of butter, and then we're going to puree it all together. And at that point, who even cares that it's beans with that much sugar in it, sugar and butter? I don't know if I love red bean paste. I'm somewhere in the middle on it. Like, the whole bean element doesn't, I'm not adjusted to it yet. I like it in some contexts, but it's still, I get hit with the weird a little bit. But I do like it in this. All right. Now that will also need to go on the stove. Oh, cool. My stomach's doing that fun thing it does. Oh, sometimes where, it transforms into a pretzel. Give me one moment to take some Tums. Oh, that might be it. Oh my god. I can't believe that the moment I get nauseous is when I miss the Venus conversation. All right. Stabilized, we're good. Joni might not be good. She's making noises, but she does that. I think she found a bean. Right, timer went off. Stuff. Two pastes, both alike in dignity. Oh, what do we got? We got treat for Joni time. All right, this one's from Kirby's mom. You ready? Sit. Good girl. Superstar! Even if you did do some crimes today. The Capulotus and the Montebeans. Are we supposed to add this much oil? Some oily lotus paste. Yeah, but the good news is I'm the one getting poisoned in this scenario. And really, no one's gonna mind that. I think I need to weigh anything else. Let's see. So what's left on the to-do list? Very little for how early it is, but that's as predicted. Pretty sure some of us would. I didn't say lethal poisoning. I'm not committing to my own demise. There's lots of levels of poisoning. You want to be precise? I started the stream by poisoning myself. Literal poison. And not just baijiu, liquor in general. Started the stream by drinking a glass of poison, and the trick is I have to take the antidote before stream's over. The good news is the antidote is a bottle of Gatorade. Let's see, so while I work on that, maybe I will chop up my red chilies. We're supposed to take a pair of kitchen scissors and get these into approximately 1-inch chunks and release as many of the seeds as possible. And we can use anywhere from 1 cup of these to 3 cups of these. And that is not quite as excessive as it sounds. This dish in specific has a tendency to look really excessive because it is just an ocean of red chili peppers with chicken dotted amongst them. And you're not actually supposed to eat the peppers themselves. You're kind of supposed to pick around them to get at the chicken, and the presentation is just for fun. So it's definitely a food that looks more intimidating than it is spice-wise. Don't get me wrong, it'll still scorch you, but it looks insane. If wizards were real, that would be a pretty good alchemy stream. Have someone poison you at the start, and you have to find the antidote live on camera before it kills you. I could see that. How many channel points do we spend to get you to eat the chilies? It sucks. I have not set up that reward, and it's such a good idea. Like, what can we even do? Sometimes people just have better ideas than me. How well am I playing it off? Because it's bad. The fun part is it doesn't really end. It like hits in waves. Speaking of that bottle of Gatorade, for no particular reason. Oh. My sinuses should be good now. You know, I'm not gonna lie. When I did this, I did not think it was gonna be this bad. I genuinely thought that one was gonna be an easy out. Oh. Ooh. I was wondering if my face was going to get really red. It's like so much worse than you think it's going to be. I hate milk, but I am considering it. Maybe just a little bit. Thank you, Scoop. Ah, okay. All good. All good. Oh, thank you, Archaic. I really appreciate it. Oh. Starting to recover. Starting to recover. Oh, dogs. Security team heard something. Someone might be walking a dog outside our house. There might even be a kid on a scooter out there. Serious dog business. I'm not, however, letting you into the backyard right after I heard you woofing. You've got to learn this one. You can't just announce, I'm not going to be trustworthy, and then go, Dad, trust me. You got to be smarter than that. Yeah, child on scooter is a serious threat. That is one of Joni's arch nemesis. She has two big great foes that she battles. One is child on scooter, the other is plastic bag in the backyard. She knows that plastic bag came for Kevin Spacey and it's coming for her next. Yeah, I genuinely think the child on scooter thing is our previous neighbors when we moved in had kids. And they were a little bit mean to Joni. And I think she kind of imprinted that kids are scary and mean. That is true. Kids are scary and mean. Yeah, my dogs just aren't really kid people because Nami hasn't been around them much, so I don't know how she'd do. But Joni has child trauma, and Richie loves every adult human he's ever met. But for some reason, he seems to categorize children as other dog and goes, I don't want you in my territory. It is so funny because Richie is an insanely friendly dog, and anyone he meets, he'll go right up to them, be like, Can we be friends? And then he gets around a kid and he's like, No, absolutely not. I want no part of you. Get away from me. And I was like, That's a human who will pay all the attention in the world to you. But I guess he considers them competition. That is a good emote. Where did that even come from? Nice. Yeah, I need there are a few emotes I want to do for the stream. One of them's obviously Joni, and I want to commission something that is a reference to the dubious food in the new Zelda games. I want a dubious food emote. I really hope this lotus paste is going to absorb this immense amount of oil. It was wild. But I said that last time I added oil, and it did, so maybe I should have more faith. Hey gang, gamers, let me get up to the camera and have a quick heart-to-heart with you. Something's just happened. So you may notice I have lotus paste and red bean paste on the stove, and I have for the past 20 to 30 minutes as I've been stirring them constantly. I didn't turn on the red bean paste burner, guys. It's been sitting there on a cool burner for 20 minutes. Anywho, that little error aside, I was wondering why it wasn't changing color at all. That's what got me. That's how I figured it out. Do y'all think I put this bowl here to put the red peppers in once I cut them? That's what I think I did. I may have been slightly disoriented. The real comedy is when I forget I'm doing this and rub my eyes in 5 minutes. Then we'll be having a good stream. Done that with jalapenos and it sucks. It's so easy to do. And it turns out the vast majority of your body is a part of your body you don't want to touch with spicy pepper hands when it comes down to it. It feels like NBD, but no, actually, not good. You put spicy pepper anywhere on your face, any part of your face itches, regrettable. So oily. Switch cameras here real quick. I'll show you how oily it is. Look at this. How on earth is it gonna soak all that up? Especially since it's supposed to be just about done. See, this is what happens. Lotus paste is one of the only things I didn't try, and I went, it's 3 ingredients. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? I'll figure it out, though. That's the real trick in all this. It's always salvageable. And on that rare occasion when it's not, They deliver pizza these days. Amazing living in the future. Right? It's a miracle. No, get this. There's an MMO. Is there still an MMO where you can type /pizza? Is it dead yet? I think that was EverQuest, yeah. Congratulations on coming up with /pizza. It has remained funny to me for decades. Good job, EverQuest. Certain moments in video games are just like incredibly funny. And /pizza is up there. Do you guys not have phones? Is up there. Like that one a lot. It just works, you know? Oh yeah, that was what I was going for. Oh, it's got ick in it. Yeah, that's right, Dodeward. It's got ick in it. We want no ick. So, how is this? Yeah, I think I can just drain off the rest of this oil and call it good. Tastes good. Trying to figure out what it tastes like and struggling to find an example similar to the jasmine tea. But it's nice. It's funny because lotus seeds themselves are also a little bit beany. Thank you, Archaic. I was looking for a Lotus Eaters reference and was actually about to ask you for one. Like, I don't know. Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food? Anyway, yeah, I've eaten the lotus plant now, so it's over for me. But also, the Lotus Eaters seemed pretty chill. I don't feel like that's the worst outcome. In fact, the worst outcome is what did happen to most of the crew. Should have just stayed on Lotus Place. I also appreciate that just arbitrarily in the most accepted animatic for that song, the Lotus Eaters are just Bulbasaurs. Yeah, or little weird moth guys. I don't know why I went Bulbasaurs, but that's what they are in my mind. I look at them and I say, yeah, that's a Bulbasaur. Or possibly a Squirtle. I get them mixed up. Cave. Scary cave. All gray and rainy here. I love it. Wish it would stay that way forever. Actually, do not apply this information to any of the times I have mentioned that I failed to get things done in time because I was sick. But I actually took a nice walk out in the cold, gray weather down to the coffee shop before stream. It was really nice. Got my medicine ball tea, got my wife's tuxedo hot chocolate. Well, yeah, you live in California. There's not rainy season. At least not that part of California. It's like a balancing thing, right? If everything's on fire, rainy season is just when everything's not on fire. The rain's being canceled out by the fire preemptively. Yeah, I'm feeling weirdly relaxed today for a stream day because I have a bunch of my work stuff I have to deal with tomorrow that we resolved some outstanding problems on Friday. So I feel like I can actually get things done and don't have to be stressed about work tomorrow. Nice feeling. The only better one would be not having work at all. But, yeah. Nobody wants to give us that. Joni, let me tell you something. You don't want these. I know you think you do. And I know you have a wide and varied palette. But these ain't it, girl. I don't have to do any Baiju shots, and it's really weird after last month feeling completely clear-headed. Devoting way less of my energy to balance. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. I was like, yeah, I'm just so pathetic this time around. They're not going to punish me that much. Which I'm not going to say I deserve that kindness, but I'm also not going to look that particular gift horse in the mouth at the moment. The pepper, though, like, listen, I suffered. I will not pretend I did not. But it was a good idea. It was a great idea. Also, I have now scratched my face, and yes, it is burning. Not too bad. I'm thinking about it now. It's in my head. Oh, red bean paste. Right, right, right. Really just got in my own little world there for a minute. This, these peppers, a very contemplative task. So for this, it's generally advised to use just, it just kind of says medium hot red chilies. What I've found to work really well is arbol chilies, which you'll typically find in the Mexican section pretty frequently. They're well known, which is part of why I like them. Don't need to hunt down anything too obscure. All right, Joni, I can let you out now if you want. Is that what you want? You want to go outside? Oh, yep. Go ahead, Rich. She tries so hard to communicate by staring mournfully. of that sad hound dog face. A being of tragedy. She does have a tragic backstory. Supposedly, when they found her and brought her to the shelter, her and her litter were, all her siblings were in a freaking red anthill. So I have a little sympathy for all her weird anxieties. Just a sad, weird little dog. Meanwhile, Richie, they're just like, yeah, animal control just found him wandering around the road. We have no idea where he came from. Richie just naturally spawned in. A random fun story, dog story. Richie is a breed called a Carolina dog that has been native to this area for like forever. Um, and that breed is not super well known, but it was showcased in Prey, the Predator movie on Hulu with Amber Midthunder, because it was a breed of dog that would have realistically been around and domesticated by Native Americans. Yeah, yeah, I like my dogs. I like to know things about them. They're horrid beasts, wretched creatures, irredeemable, worst criminals known to dog kind. I love dog facts too. I like dogs. Just just a fan of dogs in general. Do you like dags? Yeah, I like dags. Like caravans more. Let's see, what have we got going on next? Suspect it'll be cutting up the chicken. No, I'm wrong. It's splashing Gatorade in my face. I did immediately go, this patch on my arm feels weird. Did I get something on it? And try to wash the band-aids off my arm. I am not very bright. I have more in common with my dogs than most people. Mentally. Because that is also something they would do. Alright. I think chicken comes next. And maybe the last thing I need a cutting board for. Oh, no. Nope, I'm wrong. It does not come next, and it's... and I have another thing. I need to shred my potatoes. So, one of the things I do when I'm researching a recipe is look up a bunch of different versions of it to find what's consistent between them. And every single version of these shredded potatoes that I looked up told me I should be using a different type of potato. So, I have made it once with russet, I've made it once with red potatoes, and this time I just went to the Asian grocery store and said, I'm going to make it with whatever type of potato they have there, which was these. So, we're going to see how they do. Everyone's favorite sensation, kind of needing to sneeze. The worst part is, luckily this isn't happening to me right now, but if I'm at all nauseous, my brain's wires get crossed, and whenever I need to sneeze, it's like, listen, you need to either sneeze or yarts, and I cannot figure out which one. So I'm just sending you both signals and you work it out. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I should be using all four of these or not. The recipe calls for 2 large potatoes, and none of these are large potatoes. I don't know if I'm better off doing 3 or 4. Yeah, that is true. There's no downside to having extra potatoes. Yeah, these are a surprisingly common dish throughout China, considering how rarely I've seen anything like them in a Chinese restaurant. It's also interesting because potatoes, much like chili peppers, made their way there from the Americas. So this isn't like an ancient, long-standing thing. This is since trade with the Americas started up, and this is popular across many regions and many different versions. And it is kind of fun that they took the two things from the Americas, chilies and potatoes, and paired them into a recipe. Agreed. Potatoes are incredible. Potatoes are a gift. Aren't potatoes nightshades? I feel like that's a thing. Back to the poisoning angle. Oh, I did not get any notifications there. I'm sorry. Joni time. All right. From Archaic Prospect, this is a potato, Joni. Do you believe me? Good girl. Good potato dog. Yeah, you've done crimes today, Joni. You're lucky. I thought about disabling your prizes. That's right, I did. I considered it. Let's... Where did I leave off on the history? Yeah, so after the Yuan dynasty, there were only two really major dynasties left. It's a little complicated because there are very short-lived or controversial or minor rules all throughout the history, so much like trying to trace the fall of the Roman Empire, it can't be categorized as neatly as you would like. But after the Mongol rule ended, you really just have the Ming and then Qing dynasties left. Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. It's woke. My mistake. That is the reason for most things. Yeah, I think Chinese history is most easily comparable to Roman history in terms of trying to understand it. And Roman history, I listened to an entire podcast series about, and I'm still not an expert. So, yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about empires vis-a-vis ours. My experience with them historically is that they last forever and are always good. Oh, I am sorry. I am an incredibly average white dude. I probably should believe I'm an expert. Oh, also, I should switch out my microphone. I bet the battery's about to die. Regrettable. Well, I found the problem with these lav mics. The magnets that hold them to the clips sometimes come off. Can y'all hear me okay? Oh, excellent. Good, good, good. Let me see if I can. I have the really fuzzy heads for the microphones somewhere. I just don't know where I put them. Ah. I was hoping to show you, but I stored them somewhere because I was not using them. And now I don't know where. Oh boy. Hold on. I'm finding some emergency super glue. A thing I'm not entirely confident I keep in this house. Oh. Mr. Scotch Tape, are you up for a job that's above your pay grade? Nah, I just want to super glue the magnet to the mic. Because it's like I've got a clip with a magnet attachment point, and then the mic, each of the mics has a small little, like, watch battery size magnet. But this one, the watch battery size magnet, what about now? Okay. Yeah, it muted itself on the mic for some reason, but the mute button didn't have any interaction with it, so weird and inexplicable. It's almost like I bought the cheapest possible lavalier mics because I didn't have any benchmarks to go on. And I am now learning where the flaws in those mics are in real time. It's educational. Can you believe to learn? I wish I couldn't in this case. Well, my mom keeps telling me I should make a Christmas list. Maybe it will include some better microphones. That might be a good investment. And by maybe, I mean that is exactly what I'm going to do, because I've been sitting here since she first asked me about gifts, going, okay, what would be the best piece of my stream setup to upgrade? And I'm thinking the answer is microphones. Oh, treat for Joni time. You want another potato? It's definitely a potato. Sit, it's from Scoop Owl. Good girl. Hey, that's potatoes. Now the last thing left to cut is chicken. We'll be done with cutting board. So we're going to do about a pound of boneless, skinless chicken thighs cut into approximately 1-inch cubes. And when I say approximately, remember how much I have no idea what 1 inch looks like. And no, I don't need a plate because I need to marinate it. I need a bowl. Perfect. All right. That is it. 4:15. All right, that's great. That's excellent. Not going to be making dinner too early. I have a tendency to over trim my meat and be wasteful with it. I'm trying to get better about it. It's hard not to. It's like, which of this is supposed to be the part you can eat and which isn't? Because it feels like most of it is in the isn't category. But we'll see. Get better about it. Now, since that was dealing with raw meat, I'm going to just clean that by hand immediately. Wonder if salmonella is more or less dangerous if it goes directly into your bloodstream. You'd assume worse? Yeah, I mean, probably. The one I always wonder about is mosquitoes. Like, obviously, mosquitoes spread disease, right? Like, this is known. But it feels like people are way more incautious about mosquitoes than fully makes sense to me. Like, if a mosquito sticks its nose in someone else's blood, then sticks its nose in your blood, how is that different from sharing a hypodermic needle? I'm asking. I don't actually know that it's not. It just strikes me that way. Always certain types of mosquitoes really spread. Oh, and you've got them now? Exciting for you. Yeah, I was thinking about it a while ago because when I went to donate blood, they asked if I had come into contact with another person's blood recently, and I was like, well, I have a mosquito bite, so technically, probably. And they didn't seem that bothered by it. And it kind of made me go, well, why is that okay? So, next up, we are going to go ahead and put together the dough for our Bing, because actually, most of our mise en place is ready. And we are going to be moving very soon into crazy, chaotic stir frying o'clock. First of all, 3/4 of a cup of pumpkin puree. Every time I do this, the pumpkin puree is wetter than I expected, and I dump a bunch on the floor by accident. So let's see if I manage to get it right this one time. For the camera. Wife's here. Fortunately, it's time to feed the horrid beasts. Okay, so we got our pumpkin puree. We'll need 4 tablespoons of atsuka. I'm running low on sugar. 2 tablespoons of dried milk powder. Having a hard time hearing me. Oh Lord, what's happened to my microphone? Yeah, my microphone's somewhere around my waist. The tape didn't hold that well. We'll see. All right. Well, that is not working. How much longer do you? Nope, not over there. Not over there. Shoot, shoot, off the counter. Come on. All right. And we're back. Yeah, Elise is trying to feed the dogs, and Jane was riding around on her shoulder, so I had to rescue her from that. 2 tablespoons of each type of flour. 2 tablespoons regular rice flour and 2 tablespoons glutinous rice flour. Glutinous maximus. Yep, I've gone back to my first mic since I am expecting to run a little short, and since I gave it a little charge time, I'm hoping it will hold out. Because the tape wasn't working, and I have no idea if I have super glue somewhere, to be honest. Joni, you're being a problem. You're being a problem, and everyone knows it. Richie, Din Din. He just needed to wake himself up a little. All right, flour, and then just a tiny, tiny pinch of salt. Interesting. So every other time I've made this, it has come together without me having to add a ton of extra anything. But this time it's looking like I'll need quite a bit more glutinous rice flour, because the recipe describes the consistency as, ooh, that's way too much, as the desired consistency as Play-Doh-like. I think that's about accurate. That's more or less what we're going for here, and this is currently Still mostly the consistency of pumpkin puree. Dumping the entire bag of flour into it isn't going to solve anything either, though. Or maybe I did need that much. Something seems very off here, and I am more than a bit of a loss as to what. But since it's so simple, I'm also not excessively worried about it because I feel that I can just balance it out. This is really weird, y'all. Does pass the literal smell test in that it smells like the dough's supposed to smell at this point, but I'm very confused about the consistency. Like, obviously, there's a lot of moisture in the air right now with it being rainy, but even so, adding this much more flour than the recipe calls for is bizarre. It does note that, like, part of the thing with pumpkin puree is it's not a consistent ingredient. It comes from a pumpkin, and every pumpkin has different moisture content. So this could have been a very soggy pumpkin. It's just surprising what an excess I need to add to get it where it needs to be. All right, now let's do a really scientific test to see if this is right. Because, again, the recipe says this should have the consistency of Play Doh. So, how do we figure out if it has the consistency of Play Doh? Well, obviously, we have to make a little guy. Mr. Pumpkinhead, do you think you have the consistency of Play Doh? Oh, I'm a little too soft. All right. There we go. Perfect. Dough made. Just tripping over pizza boxes trying to bring my dog in. Don't worry about me. All right. Let's see here. So I think what we're going to do is get our chicken marinating, tidy up slightly, and then start firing everything off. Because once it starts going, it's going to go fast. Let's see. So for our marinade, we're going to use a teaspoon of soy sauce, 2 teaspoons of Shaoxing wine, 1 of our 4 scallions, and that unpeeled ginger. Oop. All according to Kcock. I'll set a timer for 15 minutes for that chicken to marinate. Oh, I didn't add the scallions. I'm a fool. Foolish fool. So I was trying to find something interesting from all the different eras of Chinese history that pertained to Szechuan. And honestly, it was a hard time. I could only come up with but so much. But one interesting element I found was that a particularly famous poet of the Five Dynasties, Ten Kingdoms era, who was known as Du Fu, who is a poet historian, was very famous and was based out of Szechuan during that time. I have a translation of one of his poems here, and I'm sure it reads better in Chinese, but I thought it was kind of fun, so we're going to Star Trek Next Generation it up and have a brief poetry reading. Count Doofu. Powers have doubled since. It is almost as hard for friends to meet as for the Orion and Scorpius. Tonight, then, is a rare event, joining in the candlelight two men who were young not long ago, but now are turning gray at the temple. To find that half our friends are dead shocks us, burns our hearts with grief. We little guessed it would be 20 years before I could visit you again. When I went away, you were still unmarried, but now these boys and girls in a row are very kind to their father's old friend. They ask me where I have been on my journey, and then, when we have talked a while, they bring and show me wines and dishes, spring chives cut in the night rain, and brown rice cooked freshly a special way. My host proclaims it a festival. He urges me to drink 10 cups. But what 10 cups could make me as drunk as I always am with your love in my heart? Tomorrow the mountains will separate us. After tomorrow, who can say? So anyway, just kind of cool, I thought. Yeah, archaic. I think, like, just a good poem is perfect to just read off. I am far from the best judge of poetry. Huh? Oh, so this is unrelated to anything. But while I was up in Georgia for Thanksgiving, there was a distillery called Granddaddy Mims that we visited. And I got this Night Owl Caramel Mocha Dream Moonshine, and oh my god, it's delicious. This is so good. It's just incredible. Big recommend all around. I went there with my wife's cousin, and we did 2 samplers and tried their entire selection, and that was the standout by a mile. Okay. So I think it's probably about time to cook up an appetizer. Here's my tudosi recipe. So the first thing with the potatoes is we want to rinse them very thoroughly a couple times to completely get rid of the excess starch. Come on in, buddy. Sorry, got to attend to my duties as dog doorman. Alright, so we're gonna need soy sauce, vinegar, make stuff good. Get a wok going. Medium. So we actually want this to be just slightly crispy at the center, which is an unusual way to do potatoes for sure, but it's really not that odd. It's kind of a reversal of cooking them to the point of a crispy exterior. You instead do a softer exterior and a crispier interior by cooking them very, very lightly. Enough that they don't come across as raw, but the first thing we're going to do is we're going to bring that up to temp, and then we are going to infuse some Szechuan peppercorns into the oil. They won't actually be in the final dish, but we're going to get the flavor into our cooking oil before we throw anything else in there. First, got to get our oil up to temperature. This is so much less labor and mess than I did last month. But the counterpoint to that is that both of the meals I've done so far are very easy to manage timing-wise. They have things that can just sit on the stove forever, or things that don't have to be scalding hot out the gate. This, once I start putting things on the heat, it goes fast. And if I want everything out hot at once, it's going to be chaotic. Luckily, I am going to separate my appetizer as an appetizer course. So I don't have to try to figure out how to manage 3 things going at once like that. And we want these Szechuan peppercorns to go just long enough to infuse the oil without scorching them at all. One of these days I'm gonna put some soundboard commands on this stream deck so that I can sad trombone whenever I screw something up, you know? Yeah, I just think it would come up a lot, you know? These potatoes are my kind of my standout from this whole thing. Like, I think all of these dishes are good. I enjoy all of them, but the potatoes are definitely the one that I think about randomly and go, man, I could go for some more of those. Walked into the screen door the other day because you forgot you had the screen up behind the glass door. Yeah, I get that. Oh boy, I get that. We are all the architects of our own downfall, and usually in the stupidest way possible. Richie looks like he's on a mission. Wonder what he's up to. Yeah, probably. He's not the worst criminal. The worst criminal is my horrid little sous chef. Bar none, no one does it worse than her. Maladjusted little gremlin. The second worst criminal will probably never appear on stream because Lizzie is very shy, but she also likes to steal things, notably potholders. Alright, cool. Chicken is marinated enough, so we are good to go on everything. I think my wife would be mad if I brought her her plate and just gave her chopsticks to eat with. I feel like she'd be annoyed. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to use a skillet and a wok and have two deep frying sections going at the same time. Make this work. So that'll be an adventure. One unfortunate thing was that I had a lot of trouble finding really interesting, like, facts and trivia about these foods. Obviously, there's the origin story for the lasagna, but outside of that, these things are just kind of ubiquitous at this point. And they're pretty straightforward recipes, too. So there's not a lot to be found about them. But while I was trying to find things about Bing, I did find a fun little anecdote about another food that I'm not making, just happens to have a similar name, that's enjoyable enough that I thought I'd share it. Let me finish scooping out these peppercorns real quick. And look at my notes and remember the name of the food in question. Yeah, so these are going to be what's called non-gua bing. However, there is something called guang bing, which is not these. It is actually much more looks like a bagel. It's a little cake pastry thing with a hole in the center. And the traditional origin story is that, similar to Lazazji, actually, it has a military history. In this case, though, it was invented for stealth missions because you could bake it in an underground oven without drawing attention, and then wear a string around your neck and string the bagel onto it so you can carry it on a stealth mission without alerting anyone and keep your hands free. And I think that is absolutely hilarious. I want to know more about the ancient Chinese special ops wearing bagel necklaces. Yeah. Go on a sneaking mission, take your bagel necklace. It's delightful. Makes me happy. All right, so we're going to throw in our garlic, our ginger, and our scallions at this point. And instantly the kitchen will smell 10 times better. Now, you put these in until they're fragrant, but that basically means instantly. There's no real delay on that. So we are going to ramp our heat way the heck up because we want a fast fry on these. And we're going to throw in our potato and our hot pepper right now. Now we're doing like 30 seconds on these. This is not a long cook before we add the rest of the ingredients. The rest of the ingredients in this case being a teaspoon of red chili flakes, a teaspoon of soy sauce, teaspoon of vinegar, and a half teaspoon of make stuff good. All right, and now we want this to go for just about a minute. We are trying to, again, keep some level of crispness at the center of our potato shreds while still making them nice and tender and cooked through and not raw potato flavor. Oh yeah, it smells real good though. All right, that's been about a minute. Let me just do a quick taste test. Theoretically. 10 more seconds and they're perfect. Ooh, that's got so much flavor, y'all. All right, take a look at these. That is such a winner. I love these things so very much. These are going into my regular recipe rotation, I'll tell you that. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. All right. Well, the good news, as y'all can see, is this is probably one of the easiest ones to make, too, out of this entire list. Few ingredients, and you kind of just get it in the pan, toss it around a bit, and you're donezo. I'm going to get that straight into a Tupperware because I need to immediately use this wok again. And this one, one of many nice things about this, I always have at least one dish that I've got to talk up like crazy. And for this one, it's that there's a lot of variants you'll find in recipes for this. So if you look at the recipe that I'm going to post and don't like it, or don't like a specific ingredient in it, keep looking. Someone has a recipe that ain't using that. I have seen bell peppers in place of the hot pepper. I've seen carrots in there. I've seen every type of different potato you could possibly choose for it. Seen the with vinegar, without vinegar. Can't imagine why you'd want not vinegar given the option, but to each their own. I'm not going to be too thorough with this because I don't think the flavor of these potatoes is going to be a negative if it influences the other dishes. Yeah, big difference between that and trying to watch a roux darken for 4 hours. Let's see how we come along. You're at 250. One of these needs to get to 350, and the other one needs to get to 375. Luckily, I now have 2 oil thermometers because I bought another one over Thanksgiving. Because we each took a lunch and a breakfast to make, and I needed to deep fry some egg rolls. Yeah, when done this way, they almost resemble veggie noodles in a way. The crispness doesn't really, it isn't really a raw potato crispness, it's like a fresh veggie crispness. I think because the vinegar and soy and oil infuse it in such a way that it creates the same sensation of the juiciness of a fresh vegetable. Now, I am a huge proponent of MSG, and I am pretty sure. Oh, red bean bun recipes? You find anything good? How? No, seriously. Explain the physics to me. How? Need a better steamer? Yeah, I got my bamboo steamer at the same Chinese grocery that I get everything at. Let me see if I can get it down from here without my step stool. Yeah, this guy. Hey, Ava! Good to see you. Yeah, so this guy, I picked this up at the local H&L Mart, and it has worked pretty well for me for not much money. I used it for that rice flour sponge cake with the wine yeast that I mentioned. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of variance in bamboo steamers. I think if you find one that's got the right size and is a reasonable price, that's the one. God, I love potatoes. Ah, yeah, scorching the bottom of the steamer. Give it time. I've used it like twice. That's the trick here. My steamer is not well maintained. It's just not very aged. God, I really can't say enough how much I like these potatoes. These were a new thing I discovered while researching for this stream. I never had them before. And they really kind of check all my boxes. Tangy, spicy, crispy, umami. Taking forever for the wok to get up to temperature. Meantime, maybe I will shape some Bing. That could be fun. Remember how many pieces I need to split that into. $12. Yeah, ultimately, I don't find myself making that many steamed dishes. Just doesn't come up that much. Oh yeah, Kirby's mom. You may have missed that. There was an incident that resulted in some gift subs. Yeah, incident. Certain things were suggested to me. I did them. Uh, and I suffered. I'm told my face turned bright red. I drank milk. I hate milk. Yes, that's exactly it. The gift subs were to make up for the suffering. This lotus paste has like almost exactly the consistency of what is it called? That almond paste in Germany that I hate. Marzipan. This has a very marzipan color and consistency. I don't think you need a pumpkin cake, young lady. Oh, got a nice hollow there. Filling it. Then seal it securely in there. Trying to coordinate temperatures on two frying pots without them being actual proper fryers is an interesting thing. Very curious if I'll manage it. But I'll be pleased with myself if I do. And really, what more could one ask for? What you doing, Belle? Yeah, you. What's up? You're staring. Cats, man. Cats. Alright, that's half with lotus paste. I'll do the other half with red bean. Oh, yeah, that's set up nicely. I am highly optimistic. All right, here we go. Ooh. So I have two different options here. I'm doing half of them with red bean paste and half of them with lotus paste. So those are the two things we made earlier with the pots on the stove and the blender. So the lotus paste is a mixture of pureed boiled lotus seeds, powdered sugar, and neutral oil. And the red bean paste is a mixture of pureed boiled adzuki beans with a mixture of dark brown sugar, white sugar, and butter. Turn on that vent fan a bit. All right. What I think I'm going to do here is I think I'm going to start the chicken going because it takes a little longer than the green beans. And the first step to that is to take our marinated chicken here and throw it straight into fry for 4 minutes. And the way the recipe has me doing this is kind of interesting. We're going to fry this for 4 minutes, then take it out of the oil, get the oil back up to temperature, then fry it again. I'm assuming the reason for that is that we really want a nice, crisp, golden outside without overcooking the inside. And so we don't want the effect of the chicken cooling down the oil to have a major impact. So I'm not sure I trust this thermometer entirely. Yeah, I shouldn't. This thermometer should go in the garbage. And I should turn that pot off because it is that is some 500-degree oil. Don't buy your oil thermometers at Walmart, folks. And in mind, I may cheat a little bit here, and I may use that oil to fry everything and just manage it. Oh, the dogs want to go outside because it's smoky in here and they hate it. Understandable. Almost like I overheated the heck out of a wok full of oil. Smoke it! Yeah, So what I'm doing now is we're going to dip each of these Bing in water to make it sticky, and then we're going to coat it in toasted sesame seed. All right, and time to get our chicken out. Now let's get the temperature of that oil back up. See how this one's doing. Trim. Yeah, we're not using that oil today. That ain't happening. Alright, 300. So just need to get 75 more degrees on those suckers. Let's see. Alright, so these are ready to go whenever. Put away my pastes. Boom. Pastes packaged. Now we look at 350, 25 degrees to go. Rest on the roads. Better time to reinforce our crew. Grabbing on the bridge, knock on some door. All right, back in we go. We want a nice golden crisp on these guys. All right. So here's our nice crispy golden chicken pieces. I'm going to set these aside for a bit, and I'm going to use this to pre-fry our green beans as well because I screwed up the other one. Yeah, I'm gonna say the fry twice tech was well worth a while because those do look very appealing for chicken with absolutely no breading or anything. Not even cornstarch on those suckers. All right. Next up, green beans. So we want to fry these at about 350 till they're kind of blistered and wrinkly. Oh yeah, these are coming along nicely. Yes, yes, let me... Actually, yeah. Let me... should be fine to move them over. Ooh! Anyone catch that fun little moment? I just lit my kitchen on fire for half a second. Flash! Whoa! Savior of the universe. Yeah, I haven't started nearly enough fires for 3 months worth of cooking stream, you know? Alright, I think these are about good. I think these are nice and tender. Alright, so now I am done deep frying. Thank goodness. And as you may have divined at this point, I'm not going to have this out perfectly everything hot at the same time because I no longer have two pans going. But I think that is an acceptable sacrifice when it's the best option available. All right, so next up, we're going to add some nice broad bean chili paste to the mix and let that incorporate into our oil. I'm going to just use a little teaspoon, I reckon. And what we want is for this chili paste to incorporate nicely into the oil. Your Chinese friend always serves all her foods one at a time and calls each one a course. Honestly, that makes a great deal of sense because they do have just kind of a different dining structure. And a lot of these dishes definitely aren't designed in a way that's convenient for just having them all come out at once. Like, Chinese dining structure in general just doesn't translate perfectly to America. All right, next up, time for that big old bowl of chilies and my Szechuan peppercorns. About 2 teaspoons worth of Szechuan peppercorns in there. and oh so many chilies. And right now, everything that's in here, these chilies and these Szechuan peppercorns, you aren't really expected to eat those. Their job is to give their flavor to this oil in the pan, and then for this oil to impart that flavor to everything else. But when you eat this, you just pick around these and pick out the chicken with your chopsticks. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. Whew. All right. Well, I think those are nice and incorporated. So now we add our chicken back into the mix and let it come back up to full heat. And we will also, at this point, splash in just a bit of Shaoxing wine. We'll add in our garlic, excuse me, garlic, our scallions, a little bit of ginger. Ah, yes. Chili peppers. Can't breathe. And then we will add a sprinkling of MSG. A dash of fine sugar. Throw them all together nicely. Oh, my lungs! Oh, they're dying. Oh. Oh. And lastly, off of the heat, we'll add a splash of sesame oil. Stir it thoroughly, and then move it aside so we can cook some green beans. All right. Back on the stove. Some more oil in the pan. Now we're going to add our little bit of Szechuan peppercorns, as before. Know the drill at this point. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, Dodeward. Let's see. So here's our chicken, ready to go. Oh, that is nice and crispy. Mmm. That's got so much chili flavor in it. Holy, that's awesome. That's, yeah, okay. Now we'll add our garlic and our suimi yakai. Next up, we need about 3 ounces of ground pork in there. Now, I will say, if you are not a meat eater, this is optional, but most recipes do include it. Yeah, it's smoky in here. My thermometer didn't work right. So I overheated some oil. Alrighty, now we're going to, now that our pork is just about cooked through, we're going to splash in a bit of Shaoxing wine. And a bit of soy sauce. And we're also going to sprinkle in a touch of sugar. And add our beans back to it. Yeah, my wife is in the middle of dying of the spicy air. All right, and that's it for the green beans. We'll take them off the heat and just like the chicken, mix in a little bit of sesame oil, and that will be it for everything but dessert. Okay. I need to step away briefly to open some windows because the house is full of smoke. Ah, that thermometer really did not do me any favors. Okay. Interlude completed. Oh. Now let's put some plates together. So, let's see. Chicken and green beans. Yes. There's your plate. Yeah, my thermometer broke, or not broke. The one I bought for the trip, it didn't work right, so it let the get too hot without warning me. Yes. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to get a pan heating to make our bing, which will be our last item. And while I do that, I'll make myself a plate. These I have found burn really easily. So I never go higher than a 3 on my stove setting at most for them. I love it. And as much as I have had some drama with my oil situation, I don't think it's a particularly difficult meal. Scoop, it is it is spicy, but I wouldn't say like super spicy. I think it still falls within the realm of white people spicy, where if you eat it on top of a bowl of white rice, you'll be good to go. Goodbye, beautiful peppers. You've done your work well. Yeah, the other thing is I used a lot of dried chilies, and the recipe gives a pretty darn broad range. So you always have the option to just add less chilies. Yeah, I think from a white people perspective, I would say it's very spicy. From any other perspective, I would say it's mild to average. And that's using a full bag of arbol chilies, so you could easily do, significantly less. I am genuinely just loving how the double fried chicken came out, though. I'm going to say something that sounds like an insult, but I mean it in the most genuinely complimentary way possible. Really gives that mall food court chicken vibe. Yeah, I tried a few different approaches to the chicken. Um, and it always came out really tasty, but I would read about it and they would talk about crispy chicken. And I was like, I'm not getting crispy. So I found that double fry method in, surprise, surprise, this cookbook I really like. And so this is my first time trying it, and I'm thrilled and delighted. I am going to be reusing it. I wonder if the reason that it mall food court was my first thought. I wonder if the way they cook things there is just take raw chicken and dunk it directly into a deep fryer. And maybe that yields a similar outcome. Yeah, that's what makes the most sense to me, to get that result. Because a deep fryer would regulate temperature well enough that you wouldn't really need to fry it twice. You'd be able to maintain at 375 for a full 8-minute cook time. Yeah, definitely MSG. for sure. That is, it's used quite a bit in Chinese cooking, but it is a staple in American Chinese cooking. And I will be an MSG defender for my entire life. I think it's great stuff. Like, obviously don't overuse it, just like with anything else. But added umami flavor on demand is insane. And it is exactly as bad for you as an equivalent amount of salt. Because that's basically what it is. Sodium. Salt, sodium, MSG, sodium. MSG is just magic sodium. That's what the M stands for. Magic sodium glutamate. And makes everything taste amazing. Yeah, one thing I would really love to come back to and do more of on my own time after this is exploring the different types of flavor that are defined within Chinese cuisine. Because I love that approach of basically taking every discrete flavor component you can find and giving it a defined name and keeping track of, if I put this flavor component with this other flavor component, it creates something that tastes just like this flavor component and stuff like that. And it's obviously we all do some of that to some degree while cooking, but just how precisely it is defined within Chinese culinary culture is really, really fascinating to me, because I think the more clearly you are equipped to talk about something, the more you find yourself understanding it. So all those really hard defined words for different flavors, I think the end result on that is you have a fundamentally better understanding of how to work with flavors. And I would like that. I am jealous of that. It's funny how straightforward Chinese recipe names are, because they obviously sound foreign to us, like, oh, I'm making lasaji. But a lot of the names, when translated, are just an exact description of what's in them. Like the green beans that I made here, the ones whose name I have so much trouble with, Ganbian CG Do. They are named dry fried green beans. That's it. That's what that means. There is no confusion, there is no mystery to it. Yeah, the actual. If you make those green beans, and you want them to be easier, America's Test Kitchen specifically has a recipe for those that bypasses the deep frying entirely and still gets the desired result using a broiler. So that's very cool. Yeah, Test Kitchen is the best in general. And yeah, the very first time I did those green beans was with their recipe. And I did like it a lot. But I kind of felt like, they'd gone to the work of testing a different way to do this. And I'd rather go from the traditional version just to see what it's like. However, I do think that they did it right, which doesn't surprise me. Kind of, I had to see for myself, but what I saw for myself was exactly what I expected, and it was that America's Test Kitchen knows what they're doing. Yeah, I definitely get that. Like, it gets really hard to work with those big cookbooks. I One of the ways I go about it, if I don't know what to jump into, is to say, like, I want to make chicken tonight and jump to that, and then start skimming through the chicken recipes and just rule out anything that is either too time consuming, has ingredients that are going to be a pain, or that I don't think I would like. And by the time I've done that, I have narrowed it down so much it's a lot less intimidating. Sometimes I've narrowed down every recipe in the cookbook and there's nothing left to make. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it do just be pizza time though. For real. Could not agree more. If I catch myself planning a menu that I realize I'm going to get exhausted and not make it through the everything because I've given myself too many complex projects, I like to have a stable of go-tos to fill the rest of my menu. Things like pizza, Elise loves chicken parmesan. I do chicken cordon bleu egg rolls. Those types of things that I can do in my sleep don't take a lot of effort. And so you line up 4 to 5 of those and 1 to 3 uh, experiments. On the subject of translation, this here, the Nangua Bing, it may surprise you to learn that that translates to pumpkin cake. Problem with my brain going into cleanup mode is every time I walk past the kitchen island, my instincts tell me to start unplugging the computer and putting it away. Does it feel weirdly recursive to be able to see the computer that's broadcasting the stream on the stream? It does to me. It messes with my head. Oof. That sucks. I hate when you get to the produce department and one of the things you plan to buy is just awful. Happens a lot to me down here with onions. Well, Godspeed with your dinner. Luckily, mine is just about wrapped up now. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Leeks or scallions. I have had some really just god awful scallions from time to time, which is always a bummer. So, here we have some Nangua Bing. Which camera do I have on? Yeah, I have that one on. Cool. And I have lost track of which ones have which filling, so that's going to be an exciting, fun adventure for later. However, I'm looking around. We have a plate of Bing, finished all our food, and it's 6:30 in the PM. I think we should wrap it up here. As always, thank y'all so much for being here. I really enjoyed this one. I think these foods were a lot of fun, and I think I learned a lot. Hope y'all did too. And I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday evening. I am going to wash dishes for the next hour. Oh, last treat for Joni before I go. Joni! All right. Sit. A last treat from Archaic Prospect for you. Sit. Sit. Ma'am, sit. Good girl. And one for Richie. Here you go, bud. I'm going to try not to bounce it off your head this time.